So, can you guys hear me? If you can hear me, could you write something in the comments, in the chat? Can you guys hear me? Write something in the chat. Okay, great. Welcome everyone to Etnofutur 5, the second day of the conference, which happened due to some technical issues which one of our speakers was having. So we will now have Olena Semenyaka. I'm your host, Fyodor Stomakin today, also from the board of the Blue Awakening. Olena is a representative of the Ukrainian National Corps movement. She has been described as the first lady of Ukrainian nationalism, and her speech will focus on cancel culture as an intellectual suicide of the West and the response of Intermarium. So let us welcome our speaker.
Hello, everyone. Today, on Estonia's Independence Day, STS, I'm glad to join Etnofutur conference, Etnofutur conference cycle, and greet again both the hosts of this event and the conference audience. It's a remarkable, important event for the Eastern Europe and beyond, and it's already an established tradition to take part in this conference cycle. I'm also grateful to the organizers for an opportunity to talk today, to make my speech today, as yesterday I was not able to join the live stream. The topic of my speech, as Fyodor said, is cancel culture as an intellectual suicide of the West and the response of Intermarium. You do understand that I mean the conjuncture of the political establishment and mass media that try to absorb the self-interpretation, self-understanding of the West and exclude autocratically all the dissenting voices. So accordingly, the true West is represented by the response of Intermarium, an envisaged union of Central and Eastern European countries, which is a part of the party program of both Ukrainian National Corps, which I represent, also as a coordinator of the Intermarium support group, and of Estonian Conservative People's Party. In the course of the recent years, even apolitical persons could notice that contemporary witch hunt has become enormous. And we can just mention a few examples. For instance, readers of Harry Potter observed the virtual execution of John Rowling as a so-called transphobic person. Fans of Lana Del Rey were shocked by feminist attacks on the musician, and on my part, I could also add a wave of concert cancellations that started a few years ago and targeted the black metal musical genre, which is well known for its aesthetical and philosophical, I would say, Nietzschean incorporation of controversial topics and symbols, first of all anti-Christian, but also sometimes extremist ones. And the roots of my easygoing attitude to some politically incorrect jokes, especially as a teenager, can also be found here. And finally, we should mention a recent incident, I mean cancellation of the Hollywood actress Gina Carano, which went wrong, and with the timely support of Ben Shapiro, threatens to backfire on the architects of the cancel culture. A fantasy about a bit brutal backfiring on the participants of this modern form of collective inquisition can also be found and was quite masterfully developed in the 2016 episode of the science fiction British TV series Black Mirror, which is called Hated in the Nation. I highly recommend it, but I won't tell you the plot in order not to ruin your pleasure from watching. I will only say that the instrument of punishment there are the artificial bees that were invented after the ecological catastrophe. And a similar motif can be found in the dystopian novel by Ernst Junger, Glass Bees, which preceded similar insights by Jean Baudrillard. Politically, all of us understand that this ever more rapid barbarization of the West started after the presidential term of Donald Trump, and when opposing media, mass media, and NGOs perceived some of his statements as a sign to create something like a state within the state, which culminated in the failed impeachment of this already former president of the United States. And it, of course, continued. Estonians remember very well enormous political pressure which started after the remarkable parliamentary success of ECRA in 2019, and lately remember the episode when the former Minister of the Interior and the leader of ECRA, Mart Helme, was attacked for his remarks about the US Democrats. Undoubtedly, regional integration would serve as a quite powerful bulwark against this higher form of geopolitical bullying, and determined to continue our governance. I was going to talk not so much about the phenomenon of cancellation as such, about cancel culture as an euphemism signifying, well known from the practice of totalitarian regimes, acts of political censorship, exclusion, and repression, as to reflect upon my own recent case of cancel culture as the bright illustration of the discussed phenomenon. I mean the revocation of my fellowship and the withdrawal of my stipendium by the Viennese Institute for Human Sciences, which happened this January in Austria. Last April, my research project, Jan Patočka on Ernst of Enlightenment, was selected on a competitive basis by the jury of this Institute for Human Sciences in Vienna, and since then has begun my preparation for the studies in Austria. But as soon as I arrived there, journalists started attacking the institute, and they quickly withdrew the fellowship, and I received a letter that they distanced from me because of my right extremist connections to the Ukrainian groups, and I was portrayed as a sympathizer and participant and representative of the following groups. My project was submitted within the program Ukraine in the European Dialogue, and its title alludes to the conception of post-Europe or Europe after Europe, which was developed by this Czech philosopher Jan Patočka. I added this part of my research project's title and Europe after Ukraine, keeping in mind this conception. And what I meant was, of course, the fact that Europe cannot ignore the challenge which Ukraine currently facing. I mean, the ongoing hybrid warfare of the Russian Federation against Ukraine, which keeps taking lives of Ukrainian soldiers on a daily basis. And what I also meant was that it's not only a burden for the West, but first of all, it's a chance. It's a possibility for the West to reinvent itself, to find its identity anew, something which Jan Patočka also meant when he was talking about post-Europe in times of globalization. And I considered Ukraine as a kind of laboratory which can offer this creative space to the Old West. This topic, this research project, it's a part of my thesis on Ernst Junger. Conceptually, it is just, I would say, a small part of the thesis, which is entitled Ernst Junger's Hermeneutics of Metahistory as the project of the supermodern. The supermodern, as you understand, Übermoderne, is a kind of polemical analog of the postmodern studies, which hail from the, again, Nietzschean studies, of course. When I found out that Czech philosopher Jan Patočka, who is a well-known phenomenologist, who's considered to be quite an original phenomenologist, also in Ukraine, when I found out that he was an admirer of Ernst Junger, I started searching on the web which modern institutions study his legacy, and that's how I found the IWM, Institute for Human Sciences, Institut für die Wissenschaften von Menschen in Vienna. Also, you can imagine my surprise when I also found out that the opus magnum of Patočka, Heretical Essays in the Philosophy of History, their concluding parts, in fact, they develop Ernst Junger's Dialectics of Enlightenment in a quite a productive way. And a few words about this philosopher. Jan Patočka, as I told you, he's an Eastern European Czech phenomenologist, philosopher, a disciple of Martin Heidegger, Edmund Husserl, and he can also be described politically as a conservative philosopher. In fact, he was also a dissident, and he died after the lasting interrogation by the secret service of Czechoslovakia. And that's how he confirmed, how he showed in practice his devotion to the idea of a Socratic philosopher, of the real true philosopher. He's also known as a Socrates of Prague, who strives for the truth and is ready to sacrifice himself if needed. That's what he also developed in many of his papers, this idea of authentic existence as understood by Heidegger, combined with the readiness to sacrifice yourself in a technocratic world where everything actually is being devalued. So when I've also found out that this institute offers several fellowship programs devoted to similar persons like Jan Patočka, I almost had no reservations about the idea to join this institution. So I submitted my project and it was selected. Also, I found out that this institute was founded, in fact, by the Polish conservatives. I mean, Krzysztof Michalski and Józef Tischner. Both of them were friends of the Pope John Paul II, obviously also a Christian conservative, who, by the way, was also an admirer of Ernst Junger's works. And those intellectuals, Eastern European conservatives, they wanted, in fact, to create the platform for other Eastern European intellectuals, voices beyond the Iron Curtain, who would tell the truth about the situation in their homelands and will join the Western European intellectual world, create a synergy with it. So this was founded in 1982. And those intellectuals, Michalski, Tischner, also, of course, they were connected with the broad anti-communist movement, Solidarity, which was formed in Poland. And it, of course, united backgrounds, not only intellectuals, the workers, and just who opposed the. But anyway, this broad movement, it was the first, in fact, to break from this Iron Curtain of the Soviet Union. And even today, many Polish dissidents and conservatives, they keep this flame alive. And I'm also proud to say that I know some of them, not just members of Solidarity or the broad movement, anti-communist movement, but even the members of the Fighting Solidarity, which was created after the beginning of repressions against this broad movement. I mean, famous Polish dissidents Jadwiga Chmielowska, Piotr Chlebowicz. And on their invitation, I also spoke at the Polish Parliament, same, in 2017 at the conference entitled The Shattered Empire. They meant, obviously, Soviet Union, also partially the legacy of the Russian Empire. But first of all, they targeted modern Putin's quasi-Soviet revanchism, and this conference cycle was held in Ukraine, in Georgia, and in Poland. The organizers were those legendary participants of the Fight in Solidarity, and the founders of this institute, whom I mentioned before, Michalski and Tischner, they were also connected with this movement. And that it was also another reason why, after learning about Patočka studies, I thought that joining the EWM was a good idea. This project, which is also quite symbolically, in fact, turned out to be the best confirmation of its theoretical content. I mean, it's about dialectics of enlightenment. Ernst Jünger didn't use this term. Maybe some of you know that this is the title of the classic work by Marx, Horkheimer, and Theodor Adorno, which also gave impetus to the Frankfurt School. It was published, its first version, which circulated among the Friends, in 1944, and revised version was published in 1947. But my point, the point of my research project, was that Ernst Jünger has come to quite similar conclusions, not from the left, but from the right. But much earlier, in 1934, Jan Patočka, he was an attentive reader of his classic works, Total Mobilization, 1930, Worker, 1932, and On Pain, 1934. This essay by Jünger on pain, this is the brightest example of this dialectics of enlightenment from the which, as I contend in my research project, anticipated similar ideas by Horkheimer and Adorno. Well, obviously there were many differences because Horkheimer and Adorno, they focused only on the legacy of right-wing totalitarian regimes. They showed how the radical ideas of radical enlightenment turn into their very opposite, bloodshed of totalitarianism and war. So Ernst Jünger also showed the same, but already in his classic works of the 30s, he also referred and criticized the certain tendencies of the left-wing totalitarian regimes, first of all, obviously Soviet Union. And this is what differs drastically the policy of historical memory of Eastern European intellectuals and Western European intellectuals. And definitely, in order to make our Western European colleagues understand what's going on in Ukraine, what challenges faces Estonia, and so on and so forth, it is important to show that there are several traditions in the totalitarian studies, and Ernst Jünger, Jan Patočka, and aforementioned conservative in modern Western European terms philosophers, they belong to this second line of totalitarian studies. These intellectuals focus on the crimes of both right-wing and left-wing totalitarian regimes, something which has become a common practice in the West only after the translations of the classic novels by Alexander Solzhenitsyn, Archipelago Gulag, were out. Some discussions in the West already took place in the 40s. Some French intellectuals visited Soviet Union, and not only French. Viktor Kravchenko presented his book about I Chose Freedom, where he also told the truth about Holodomor, artificial constructed famine in Ukraine. But at that time, there was a very powerful opposition on the part of leftist intellectuals. As if we talk about France, I can mention Jean-Paul Sartre and others. Also, I can mention the work by Maurice Merleau-Ponty, Humanism and Terror, in which, in fact, he justified Stalin's purges. So at that time, aforementioned Kravchenko, for instance, he had to undergo a public case, legal case. he was attacked and he had to defend himself in the court. His evidences were discredited. He won the case, but it didn't. It was not easy. So what is a common truth for us? I mean, understanding of the origins of the Bolshevik crimes and its connection to some ideas of the radical enlightenment. It is not obvious for the representatives and adherents of the first line or tradition of totalitarian studies who focus mostly on the crimes of the right-wing totalitarian regimes. So obviously my research project aimed to show this vision of the dialectics of enlightenment from the right. And in this essay on pain, Ernst Junger has already shown how in the modern society coexist in a very strange way some radical humanism with the islands of brutal compared to the islands of cannibals that coexist. And he also talked in a highly symbolical way about the artificial dam by the government by means of which they try to secure us, but pain, it accumulates the interest which follow by us. What Junger meant was the ideals of humanism, and liberty, which we can also easily recognize in the end goals of Marxism, as envisaged by Karl Marx. By erecting artificial dam against the elemental forces, by creating this fake artificial paradise, we only postpone the tragedy. And the most obvious forms of this backfiring, when this dam was in fact ruined by those elemental forces, were 2 world wars. And Jan Patočka, this Czech philosopher, he wrote about it in the concluding parts of his heretical essays in the philosophy of history. And in fact, quite in line with both Ernst Junger and his colleague Carl Schmitt, he noticed that the need to demonize the enemy, it was present already in the religious wars of the 16th and 17th century. This tendency continued in the revolutionary crisis and wars of liberation in the 19th century, and finally it culminated in 2 world wars in the 20th century. So for this philosopher, Czech philosopher, who continued Ernst Junger's dialectics of enlightenment, the 20th century was a unique century which combined routines, this cult of happy everyday life, with orgiastic practices. He meant, first of all, wars, and he said that modern warfare, this is the only sphere where artificial modern man can allow himself to release those enormous energies which were contained since the 16th century, since the advent of the modernity. So in his historical heretical essays in philosophy of history, we can find many remarks in which he criticizes modern mass society of the consumption. He criticizes practices of happening. He criticizes the so-called right to my own body, as we often hear today. And definitely his political thought can be summarized, again, in terms of, according to modern Western standards, as a conservative one. So imagine my surprise when I received this letter in which my fellowship was revoked and my conferences Of course, he also meant, for instance, Etnofutur conference were labeled not only as, for instance, far right, they were labeled as right extremist. And in the German-speaking area, we should understand that it's quite a serious offense, because this is the reason why, for instance, law enforcement can got interested in your ideas and activities. And it's still a question whether the administration of the institute was aware of this or they made it on purpose. In fact, it's also interesting because the founder of the institute, EWM, Krzysztof Michalski, he was a rector for all of his lifetime. He died in 2015. So modern rector, Ms. Shalini Randeria, she has been a rector only for 5 years. So she definitely changed the focus of the institute's interests. Her research interests are also curious, of course. It's globalization tendencies, multiple modernizations, something which I also study in my thesis. But I suppose if I talk about Eastern European special way of modernization, so-called Sonderweg in German, I will again be criticized for some attempts to launch reactionary modernism, and I will be reminded of the fact that German or Prussian Sonderweg has led to the catastrophe of the Second World War and the rise of National Socialism. So I suppose it is possible to discuss these topics only when we look at Asian studies, but if we talk about Western Europe and Eastern Europe, it is something right extremist. So this is my assumption, but I suppose I'm right. So her focus of studies, as you heard, is multiple modernizations with an emphasis on South Asia, India, which is her ethnic homeland. So instead of the dialogue between Eastern and the Western Europe, instead of providing Eastern European intellectuals with a platform, instead of letting us be heard in Western Europe, we received the lesson of cancel culture. So what I studied in theoretic terms, how the ideas of enlightenment arrive at their direct opposite, we saw in practice. And what I was going to study there. Now I will have a discuss while reaching out audience than I expected initially. Definitely my case drew attention of the media. I can mention several editions which covered it. First of all, I was contacted by The Vice. I gave them an interview in which I commented on my so-called right extremist activities, conferences like Etnofutur, right? And also commented on the old photo, which I also mentioned in the beginning of my speech when I talked about black metal influence on my easygoing attitude to politically incorrect jokes as a teenager. I meant a carnival photo with a swastika banner, which is, I think, 10 years old and has never meant to be serious. So I commented on it, but as I heard before, it was not that interesting to the administration of the institute or the media. All they were talking about were my activities as a member of National Core political party, which is not banned in Ukraine, and coordinator of the Intermarium support group, which for some strange reason was labeled, again, a right extremist organization. Also I should add that most of the journalists were interested how it became possible at all that me, such a terrible right extremist person, has managed to infiltrate a respectable and prestigious Western institution and win the stipendium. So they tried to find out who was the jury who selected me. I suppose if they manage to find out, they will start attacking those persons. But I can assure all of you that definitely I had no connections to any of those persons, and I have no idea myself who were there. So definitely it was an intellectual factor why they selected my project. and nothing else. So I was contacted by DeedSite. After was possible that right extremists infiltrated the prestigious Viennese Institute. They quoted the rector, who admitted that my project was creative, but it was totally unproblematic from the academic point of view. So will procedure which will allow the jury to prevent such cases again in the future, because obviously in the contract you will find not a single word about political views or acceptable form of political activities. It states nothing like that. So if I wanted, of course, I could sue this institute easily. So they promised to create the procedure which will help them to figure out whether the students who apply for their scholarship program are suitable to be part of their academic community or not. Which is quite a strange form of political censorship, because obviously the principle of academic neutrality, it already safeguards the academic community from the very problem of infiltration. If the researcher complies with the rules of academic neutrality and conducts a high-quality scientific research, it is unimportant what kind of political activities he or she does. Obviously, my teachers, my supervisor, they know about my activities as a coordinator of the Intermarium support group, and they have zero issues with it. It's quite funny that some journalists of DeedSite, I suppose, they contacted some of my teachers and asked them to give the feedback about my academic abilities and me as a person. And of course, they received quite infuriating letters in which my teachers said that this practice resembles the worst times of Soviet witch hunt, and they totally don't understand what this entire matter about my political views is about. But of course, those letters were not quoted in the media. Also, there was quite an interesting feedback by the German Cicero magazine. It is considered to be liberal conservative or something like that. This magazine, in fact, almost, well, not defended me, of course. It was a kind of an attempt of investigation as well. But the author, he quoted three researchers of right-wing extremism. Among them, the author of the article, the title of which was quoted by Fedor, Olena Semenyaka, the first lady of Ukrainian nationalism, Adrian Nonjon, young French intellectual, also Anton Shekhovtsov, who is well known for his profound researches of Eastern European, and not only Eastern European, far right, and Vyacheslav Likhachov, who also monitors Semitism in Ukraine, and also is a researcher with a highly acclaimed researcher with a well-established reputation. So all of them came to conclusion that my candidacy was totally acceptable for the EWM. They said, now I'm quoting the words of Anton Shekhovtsov, that liberalism ceases to be liberalism and transforms into its opposite when it bans the others from the scientific research and the public intellectual discussion. And Likhachov also said the same. He confirmed, in fact, that my activities definitely do not fall under the category of right-wing extremism. It was quite an interesting case study, which has already initiated quite broad discussions both in the West and in Ukraine, and will definitely continue. Also, recently I read a funny article by one German left. They, of course, attacked me as a representative National Corp, and they also quoted another researcher, right, next extremism of the Azov region, and for them it was a kind of worst treason. How is it possible that researchers of right-wing extremism, who are definitely a disinterested part, how they happen to defend such a terrible right extremism as I am and as the Azov regiment? Well, again, I have to disappoint all of them, because the Azov regiment is the official unit of the National Guard of Ukraine, which is subordinate to the Ministry of the Interior, and it is considered to be an exemplary unit in the entire Ukraine armed forces. And of course, me as a civilian, I have no direct relation to this military structure and unit, and their attempt to combine in a very strange way the imagined threat of this military unit with my political ideas, it's a total failure, of course. Those four editions is just the beginning of the coverage of my story in the media, and I can assure you that it will continue. And I also plan to initiate a wider discussion in Ukraine. One moment, I will turn on the lights. I think to me it's a little bit dark now. I'm back. And so what I plan to do next is also to write an article for the Polish newspaper Courier.net, and also other sources of the aforementioned members of Solidarity, Polish dissidents. In my first account of the incident at this institute, I have already promised that my story will be covered in the editions connected to the original founding fathers of the Solidarity movement, and we will see who has more authority in my issue: the new rector of this institute, who changed the focus of this study, or the masterminds of the Solidarity movement that in fact founded this institute in far 1982. This example of solidarity with, sorry for tautology, members of the Solidarity movement is just one form in which we can provide a response of the Intermarium to the cancel culture of the West. Also, I wanted to give you a short update about the situation in Ukraine, because as far as you understand, not only yellow press, pseudo-liberal Western yellow press, but also the mouthpieces of the Kremlin were very happy after this story took place. I can refer to the infamous pro-Kremlin blogger Anatoly Shary, who has quite a popular YouTube channel. He also created the political party in Ukraine, and his message is very easy to understand, especially for the Estonians. It's about Ukraine as a failed state. Ukraine, corruption, veterans commit crimes, blah, blah, blah. So all of his videos are only about it in a very emotional, unprofessional way. So he attacked National Core political party. He sent letters to the members of European Parliament in which he asked them to take measures against terrible fascists like National Corp. But just a week ago, Ukrainian President Viktor Zelensky ordered to shut down three biggest pro-Kremlin TV channels in Ukraine. Also, he arrested ownership of those who stand behind those channels, and also Ukrainian security service said that now Anatoly Shary is accused of incitement. Also attacked, for instance, Western Ukrainians. He made fun of them, and now his party is on the verge of being banned, and definitely it will continue as an investigation into the sources of income of his party, and it will end for him not only as a shutdown of the YouTube channel or something like that. It will have much bigger consequences, because he was supposed to take part in the interrogation, which he ignored, of course. So when this pro-Russian blogger was very happy and said that after the revocation of my fellowship, I come back to Ukraine to grace this, I can also say that I'm very sorry, Anatoly. Karma is a bitch, and it's very fast. So goodbye, and it's only the beginning. Returning to these pro-Kremlin media which attack us, it is also obvious that there is a strange alliance between the pseudo-liberal yellow press of the West and those pro-Kremlin Russian and Russian editions like Russia Today, who view themselves as the heirs of this anti-fascist Soviet legacy. It's still a question whether they cooperate consciously, or whether it's just a tactical alliance, or whether it is just a coincidence of their interests. But we will make an investigation into those who orchestrate such media campaigns, and it indeed looked like a staged incident. As soon as I arrived at the institute after the 5 days of self-isolation in Vienna on Monday, I found out that the mailbox of the institute is being bombarded by hundreds of letters, and everything started with the morning tweets by the infamous, highly unprofessional, and simply laughable journalist Michael Colburn, who is obsessed with the other movement in Ukraine, and along with his colleagues like Christopher Miller, Alexei Kuzmenko, and other hired columnists of Yellow Press. So everything started with their tweets. They were supported by some pro-Russian pseudo-intellectuals again, and then it culminated in the distancing of the institute, which again chose a very strong form of distancing by labeling me as a right extremist, not, for instance, as a far-right figurehead, as their Vice reporter called me. So definitely this incident will have a continuation, because it's on the verge of labeling us intellectuals as criminals, and unless we fight back, it will end in quite serious consequences for us. And in this case, I will have the continuation of my speech, but we will wait for the further developments. So far, in my assumptions, I will make a full stop, but I just wanted to tell you that stay alert, because now I tell you not the entire story, and depending on the further developments, we will see whether I will disclose this second part of the story or not. But anyway, this case study, which they try to make as a kind of intellectual right, internal intellectual right of a certain academic community, this case study will turn out into something much louder and bigger. And I already have in mind several strategies which I can offer you, and which I can transform into a kind of intellectual manifesto for the Intermarium. Currently, as everything which we develop within Intermarium support group, it is suggested for the West as a kind of platform. So when I say that I suggest something for the Intermarium countries, I ask all the others to view it as a kind of laboratory and platform for the rest. Now we can also summarize make the conclusions of the story that this into the cancel culture is not only an intellectual suicide of the West. Understood narrowly when I talked about the usurpers, the imposters who monopolize self-interpretation of the West. This is also the political suicide of pseudo-liberalism that revealed its true totalitarian nature, that arrived at its dialectic opposite, according to my research project. So it also entails another quite important conclusion about the metapolitical strategy of the new right. I will be short now. I will want to end my speech soon. So I just wanted to remind you about this metapolitical strategy. As you know, the new right, they adopted the strategy of the neo-Marxist Antonio Gramsci, Italian neo-Marxist, according to whom leftists should strive for political hegemony by means of the cultural hegemony. The institutions of the society, of the state. He meant that now they should focus on the cultural warfare, which in the long-term perspective will bring them the fruits. Well, this strategy, of course, was efficient. Now we can also bear the fruits in a negative way. But we know that the new right, they adopted a similar strategy. And they also developed their own methods of so-called entryism, when you enter a certain institution, university, or as EWM call it, when you infiltrate them, and then you develop there your own agenda. So, but my conclusion was that what we face now in the West is a quite depressing instance of barbarization, a situation when it is no longer interesting, possible, and fruitful to infiltrate, so to speak, certain institutions in order to develop our agenda, because they are so anti-intellectual, they are so barbarized in this anti-intellectual sense that it is impossible to achieve anything on this platform. For instance, Marburg University in Germany, before it was a famous, respectable institution. Now I was told that even apolitical German professors, when they hear about the diploma of the Marburg University, they don't want to have anything to do with it, because it was also monopolized by the new leftist thought. And since then, its scientific level degraded rapidly. So if I can say that EWM still has certain intellectual standards, definitely, then institutions like this, they offer no opportunities for persons like us. So we have to invent another strategy if you want to initiate discussion, public discussion, while facing this kind of censorship and repression. And also I wanted to add that definitely there were many fellows at the EWM who were active in the political field. For instance, I can mention Vasily Cherepanin, the person whom I know. He ran the Center of Visual Culture at my University of Kyiv-Mohyla Academy. So he was a teacher, and this was a center of new left thought. I do not say that it is something you cannot do at the university. I just wanted to say that he had a much bigger administrative influence than me as a student. And it was not a problem at all for him to study at this institute, although activities of this center, they often incited controversies at the institute, sometimes even fights. So it was not a kind of center that was accepted by everyone at my university. So, and I can also mention many other examples, many other persons, almost communists, who also were fellows at this institute, and definitely the administration had zero problems with them. So we should gather this information, invent our own strategy, a new one, because as I told you, at many of those institutions, it is no longer possible to find a platform for discussion because they are so anti-intellectual, so embarrassingly stupid that you don't want to have anything to do with them. And finally, what is good, what gives hope, is that we have allies, at least in the region of Intermarium, Central and Eastern Europe. It was also quite encouraging when we saw that Shapiro supported Gina Carano, but if we talk about a systematic response, we should pay attention to the geopolitics of Intermarium. And now, when I was offered comprehensive support by the Polish partners, definitely I was impressed. And now we can think about the development of a solidarity in the academic field, and also probably in the future at the interstate level. I also look forward to such cooperation with Estonia, and I'm glad that we keep participating in each other's conferences. I mean, Estonian Etnofutur and the latest conference of the Intermarium support group, which was moderated by me, which took place in December, Global Turbulence and the Purpose of Intermarium, which also hosted as one of its speakers, Ruben Kalap, member of Estonian Parliament, member of ECRE. So thank you for attention. Now the live stream, yesterday's live stream is over, but I think there is an opportunity to ask questions and to continue the dialogue with the listeners at some of the platforms. So thank you for your attention, and see you in the discussion box. Goodbye.
Discussion right here, actually. And I will highlight the questions that we have on YouTube. I have a couple of questions myself, which I will ask later. So we begin with Don, who is asking, what is the reaction of Ukrainian media or public to this, if at all? And how does the public and media in general react to or practice cancel culture there?
Well, in Ukraine, surprisingly, the big media ignored this case, maybe because it was very popular in the pro-Kremlin media. And although Ukraine, we cannot say that intellectual right dominate Ukrainian society, not at all, of course, but still there is an instinctive distrust towards everything that is being pushed forward by the pro-Russian platforms. And since many of them were happy to claim that a Ukrainian fascist has gone home, as he remarked in his video blog, Ukrainian and journalists chose not to highlight this story. But as I told you, my teachers were contacted by German journalists, and they sent their feedbacks to them. So these materials, I think, will become the basis for the future more in-depth reflections upon this case. Maybe not in news platforms, of course, because it's no longer an information pretext for them, but at some on the pages of some intellectual editions that can provide space for the philosophical discussion of this case study.
All right, thank you. I believe this answers Andres' next question as well. And we will take this question now, which is, what kind of collaboration could there be between Ukrainians and Finns or Estonians? And maybe it would be interesting to hear this answer in the context of some particular examples and the subject we're having now, which is really cancel culture and the diverging maybe intellectual spheres of the West and the East?
Well, definitely, as an Intermarium support group, we talk about cooperation on all the levels, starting with the defense cooperation and ending with the geopolitical alliance. And we already discussed the possibilities of the 3Cs initiative. Probably heard about this, in fact, economical infrastructural project. We know that its latest summit took place in Estonia. And Polish President Andrzej Duda, he said that members of this 3Cs initiative, which is comprised of 12 EU member states, should also accept Ukraine as its member state, because it's impossible to imagine this Central Eastern European Union without our country. Before some changes inside the Finns party, their former youth organization, whose representative Toni spoke yesterday, they also spread around materials about the possibility of Finland to join the 3Cs initiative. And for us, of course, it would create the infrastructural framework for the closer integration and cooperation, not only at the economic and infrastructural level, but also when it comes to the issues of cultural policies, demography, and exchange of intellectual communities. For instance, Intermarium Support Group insists that Intermarium countries should recognize diplomas of each other's higher education institutions, and they should encourage scientific exchange and also exchange of high-quality workers. Maybe you also know about some tensions between Ukraine and Estonia, which in fact are not tensions at all. When ECRA said that they're against the mass economical immigration from east of Ukraine to their country, they meant these low-quality workers who flood their economy. And it's, of course, a big problem both for Ukraine, which loses its workers, and for Estonia. And in this case, National Corps supported ECRA. We issued a joint statement, and we emphasized once again that we support development at the level of scientific and research institutions. We support the exchange of high-quality workers. We support the mutual recognition of diplomas, and cooperation of respective academic communities. So to start with, we could easily refer to the already existing 3Cs initiative. We could discuss these projects of so-called horizontal integration, tourism, cooperation of student organizations, and science. And we could also proceed to the phenomenon of cancel culture, which, believe me, worries not only us. I will not tell names, but I know very well that lots of my teachers, they're also shocked by the development in the US after the BLM, and they do not want such future for Ukraine. They do not want to be attacked for some random words, to get cancelled for nothing. So I'm sure that both in Ukraine, in Estonia, and in Ukraine and in Finland, we will be able to find sympathizers of this idea. And what is important, it's not necessary to associate this project, for instance, with me or any other particular person. I'm sure that we will find intellectuals, public figures, teachers who will run it, who will organize it, and who will create this framework for young intellectuals like us. Well, that's fair enough. Do you hear me?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I had my microphone turned off.
Now I can
Yes.
hear you.
So I would like to preface this next comments with a couple of words of my own. So maybe you've heard of Scott Alexander, the American blogger who was recently cancelled, or rather they made a hit piece against him in the New York Times. And I read another blog post on the subject by Spandrel, and it had to do with the what's it called again? Dazeshang Rebellion, which really started the collapse of the Qing Empire. And the way it happened was that these two military leaders, in particular, it was Chen Sheng and Wu Guang, they were late to a certain, how do you call this? They were late to some kind of rendezvous with another army, and the punishments in the Qing Empire, which was the Qin Empire, I'm sorry, which was very legalistic, were very harsh. So they had really two options before them because they were running late. They knew that if they arrived, they would be put to death. And in the other case, they could also rebel and live, perhaps for a tad longer. So they choose the latter option. And isn't this really the direction in which cancel culture is? And I think this even may be beneficial. The direction in which cancel culture is taking some neutral, competent academics, in the sense that they really are. It's very, very difficult, increasingly difficult, maybe not so much in Europe, but in the US, to tiptoe against these new left rules. It's very much an informal system. You don't even know, you might not even know that what you're saying is wrong. So this might be even beneficial. But now the question is by Ton, which is, what do you think cancel culture will lead to in the long term? I mean, once it gets too far, it will lose effect, and the cancel don't have to care about it as long as the process accelerates fast enough.
Yes, thank you for the question. Thought a lot about it, and hear many opinions all the time about the cancel culture as a means of the internal explosion of this fake pseudo-liberal system of the West. It is true, I agree with this opinion, that bigger amount of cases which when neutral scientists and researchers fall under attack, we can definitely benefit from it. And I also thought a lot that in an ironic way, at least there is a part of truth in my case, because I'm really a political activist. I represent a political party, which of course is not right extremist, and it is not banned. It is quite promising developing party. But yes, it can be said that it is definitely on the right, and it also controls the streets in a way. So at least in my case, there is some background which can be the subject of discussion. And I know so many persons that got cancelled for nothing. In the West, of course, not in Ukraine. In Ukraine, this culture of doxing, it's unimaginable. I can, for instance, mention the first person, organization, Swedish organization, Nordisk Ungdom, Nordic Youth. It was one of the first ones to support Ukrainian revolutionaries. And its representative, Fredrik Hagberg, he went to Ukraine along with his colleagues in 2014. He also spoke at the Kiev City Hall, which at the time was captured by the revolutionaries. So he addressed the protesters, not only nationalists, of course, categories, various categories of Ukrainian society were there. So when he returned home, he was expelled from the army, and basically for no reason, because his speech, it was neutral. He just called us, he encouraged Ukrainians to choose the third geopolitical way, not to choose between the West and Russia, but to develop their authentic way. I talked before about Sonderweg, special way of modernization. So he also meant something like that. And he got cancelled for that. And since then, I can mention so many examples. And now it got worse after the Trump era. Now Biden's administration, it took revenge on all those on the side of the Trump, and this polarization of the American society, and as a result, polarization of the West, it became really enormous. Ernst Junger, he talked already in the 30s about this world civil war. He and Carl Schmitt, Junger talked about total mobilization. Many liberals misunderstood him. They think that he said something about the need to be in tune with totalitarian politics or something like that. And he simply meant that this polarization, this world civil war, it is on the rise. It will continue, and we see that it continues. Cancel culture is just one of the consequences of this ongoing world civil war, which is not between ideologies like left wing and right wing as in the former century, not even between the countries, between the states. We know very well that we live in a transnational world, world of transnational corporations and so on and so forth. So this wave line, demarcation line, it splits every society, and most definitely the more scientists, artists, public persons get cancelled, the faster we will draw everyone's attention to the destructive effects of this ongoing world civil war, and will create our own not even platform, but the system which can be something like alternative West. All of us, I think, will agree that it's no longer possible to get isolated. Even when I talk about Intermarium, in no way I mean about some kind of island, last island of the West. It is no longer possible in the world, in a globalized world. We always have to think about some kind of expansion, some kind of growing. This cancel culture will definitely help us to raise the issue of the alternative West, of the reinvention of the West. And this phenomenon, it is really transnational. So we can recruit sympathizers, supporters, like-minded persons everywhere. And in this respect, it is a positive phenomenon. And as Evola said, we should ride the tiger.
Thank you, Olena. There's a few more questions we'd like to take. There's one very provocative one around which perhaps we will have to tiptoe. I have previously contextualized Ukraine's difficulties with external influence as corrupt US oligarchs in Russia jockeying to serve their own interests rather than something that is ideological.
Well, we still have these problems, and Ukrainian society is mostly preoccupied by corrupt oligarchs, by ongoing Russian hybrid warfare. As I mentioned before, Ukrainian soldiers keep dying, so we're not allowed to fight back, although we do, of course. But anyway, today also at least one person died, so it's far from being a frozen conflict. And when Zelensky shut down those 3 TV channels, which were the platform of the so-called Kremlin's fifth column in Ukraine, the situation in the Donbass deteriorated. So we can expect aggravation in spring. Many veterans believe that Russia, after its fifth column got shut down in Ukraine, will try to take revenge in the field. So the society has no time for some highly sophisticated issues. They will be focused on this. And yes, West tries to impose its agenda. I mean, pseudo-liberal West. It's also a big part of our problems. But again, we have this natural mentality of Eastern European peoples who know themselves what they need in the education field. And if we can say that in legal terms, this quasi-liberal West has succeeded. When it comes to practice, to real views, again, mentality and choices of Ukrainian people, they are very far from victory. But since the Maidan Revolution, this intellectual exchange with the West it activated anyway, and in 2015, for the first time in the Ukrainian patriotic circles emerged a kind of metapolitical center, Pullman Literary Club. Now it's also a publishing house and a metapolitical community. So Ukrainian patriots, they've followed in the footsteps of the Western European new right and identitarians. And in this respect, we can expect the continuation of this tendency. And most definitely, we will also discuss it at universities. In Ukraine, this cancel culture, doxing, it is not developed. So I think I will have many opportunities to address all those journalists of the Yellow Press personally and shatter their wet dreams about the opportunity to cancel some of us in Ukraine, just like it happens in Austria. We have different political cultures and it will not happen in Ukraine. So my prediction is that these intellectual issues will be on the rise in Ukraine and in Eastern Europe in general. Fodor is again muted.
I'm terribly sorry. This next question is a very interesting one, because at least on the web we see we see a lot of these xenophiles, including Spandrov, whom I referred to a couple of questions ago, and Russophiles on the dissident right even. And the question is, since Western nationalists are being cancelled, some of them turn to China and Russia for financial support. Do you believe Intermarium could combat this tendency and provide some sort of backbone, maybe an economical backbone?
Well, definitely, yes, I believe that Intermarium can provide them with financial support, because anyway, when it comes to Russia and China, all of us know that their support can be quite limited. In Russia, after the conflict with Ukraine, this tendency to glorify the so-called Great Patriotic War, Second World War, it is really terrifying. So it is impossible to revise, so to speak, the outcomes of the Second World War. It is impossible to refer to some historical figures who are connected to the collaborationists. So this myth of the victory in the Great Patriotic War, all those veterans, even 100 years old, they're being actively exploited in the Russian policies. So it is a possibility to discuss, for instance, alternative historical memory as a basis for, again, alternative totalitarian studies. These opportunities are very limited in Russia and China. You have already seen that this difference of political cultures, political climates in Ukraine, Poland, and in Austria, it hails from this difference of totalitarian studies traditions and the traditions of historical memory when it comes to the legacy of totalitarian regimes. So how can you change the situation if it is not allowed for you to discuss such matters at all? And this is a social reality of Russia. All nationalist organizations are banned there for 4 years already or more, so you can forget about it. It's will be. I address those who turn to this kind of help. It is just a big illusion. So we definitely should look at Intermarium instead. And I mentioned before the 3Cs initiative. It was launched in 2015, and in 2018. Trump promised like $1 billion at the Munich Peace Security Conference. Of course, for United States, it's nothing. It's just a very small little amount of money. But anyway, some Intermarium countries are doing also economically quite well, and we will see whether Biden will try to continue the dialogue with Eastern Europe or not, at least taking into account the Russian threat. But anyway, I'm sure that either with the support of the US or not, the Three Seas Initiative will find funds for the development of its infrastructural projects. What is the most important here is economical autarky, energetical independence from Russian gas and from opportunities for Russia to blackmail these countries, and also as it happened in the case of Belarus. Belarus is 70% dependent on Gazprom, Russian gas company, and yesterday I think Lukashenko said that he has already made final steps to transform Belarus into the so-called allied state of Russia. So to cut a long story short, to become a part of Russian Federation. So this is the reality of the country, which is economically and energetically totally dependent on Russia. And for Intermarium, it is definitely important to develop all those initiatives of the Three Seas, all those projects of the Three Seas Initiative. And it's a second question where we get the funds from the United States or elsewhere. It is important to build those energetic corridors to gain this energetic autarky and, of course, to get stronger economically. It's a long-term perspective, but definitely Intermarium countries already have some financial opportunities. And for instance, if you look at Poland, one of the biggest countries of the Central and Eastern Europe, I'm sure that they can already offer some help. And me personally, I was also suggested alternative fellowship programs in Poland when my colleagues and partners learned about this outrageous case in Austria. So yes, we should look at Intermarium, and I'm sure that we will find support in many of these countries.
All right, thank you, Olena. I think, Olena, we will take a few more questions. There's a very long one by Ton, which I would preface by a quote from my favorite writer, who's on Twitter, Zero HP Lovecraft. Mm-hmm. Which is an increasing proportion of the industrial surplus is being absorbed by the task of masking biosocial deterioration. And now his question is, in three parts, is that it seems to me that the crush down that Trump and also many intellectuals are receiving is the refusal of the left to realize that their worldview is broken at the base, at its fundamentals. Hence, instead of changing their worldview, which requires humility and introspection, they have decided to blindly smash all that reminds them of their broken worldview. A kind of a coping mechanism, which is kind of expected, since anyone that is incapable of such things needs to live in its blooming period, not in this sort of confused ideological autumn. So how would you respond to this?
Well, it's a part of the question of the legacy of Trump in general. Right, so many welcomed him as a right populist leader and believed that he's better than Obama, Clinton, and then many Americans, including those with whom I communicate, kind of partners, friends, they came to the conclusion that Trump, maybe he was a lesser evil, so to speak, but he was useless anyway, because during his presidential term, those opposing mass media really reinforced themselves and have become, as it told before, like a state within the state. And now the society is polarized, but the power to decide who is who, it is not in our hands. So definitely many leftists and left liberals, so to speak, they also got empowered, and it is very weird that they believe that Trump was a real dictator, a real threat. And I'm also surprised at the amount of the energy they release daily in the social network, they still can't get over this phenomenon, and they really want to crush everyone who resembles an opponent. In the context of the discussion of the positive aspects of cancel culture as a means to accelerate all those destructive tendencies and raise the question of the alternative West for all the thinking persons, it is also a positive phenomenon. So when they go completely insane, when they start witch hunting and promote cancel culture, it will be also easier for us to not even discredit them because they discredit themselves, but just to exclude them from the category of respectable political opponents. In my opinion, definitely leftists, liberals, they degraded to such an extent that it is no longer possible to take them seriously. I mentioned before the discussion of my study, of my case study by the German leftist newspaper Junge World. These leftists, they were outraged by the fact that I study academically the phenomenon of conservative revolution, Ernst Jünger, and so-called interwar German fascists. And in my response to their article, I said that it's quite remarkable that those leftists don't even realize that their successors were friends with Ernst Jünger, that in this interwar current of conservative revolution, it united both leftists and rightists, that Ernst Jünger helped his friend, national Bolshevik Ernst Nikisch, when he was repressed in times of the Third Reich, and I can mention many other examples like that. And they are so ignorant that they have no idea about the origins, their own origins before the Second World War. And in my response, I also mentioned the first student conference at which I got fascinated by the phenomenon of conservative revolution. It was moderated by the leftist intellectual, Ukrainian intellectual and translator Andrei Repa. It was section Praxis. So we discussed different practical movements that had an ideological basis. And I discussed the conservative revolution as a phenomenon of the critique from the right. So critique, it exists not only in its leftist form or liberal form, that we can also discuss the phenomenon of right-wing criticism, critique, or the alternative enlightenment. Counter-enlightenment, not as a reaction, but as an alternative enlightenment. It was like maybe 8 years ago, we freely discussed those issues with the leftist intellectuals. And we could, of course, refer to the basics of our worldview. And Ernst Jünger, he created the meta-Marxist perspective in his book, The Worker. So definitely it was normal for everyone to discuss the premises of each other's ideologies and to forge together the meta-ideology of the 21st century. And modern leftists and liberals, the biggest problem for me is that they're so illiterate, they're so dumb, they're so embarrassingly stupid that it's impossible to talk to them at all. And in this case, we should think about technical means of securing us from their stupid screams and just create some kind of free and calm intellectual space within which we could develop our own ideas.
Thank you very much, Olena. I think that was an excellent answer. And there's one more question from Lauri Stark, and also I have one more thing to say, which is that I am reminded of, of course, I agree with you that Trump never really held any real power. Curtis Yarvin on his Substack, The Grey Mirror of the Nihilist Prince, maybe you're familiar with Curtis Yarvin, perhaps. He wrote on the subject as well. And in his recent posts, he actually wrote about Czeslaw Milosz, the captive mind. in which he basically detailed how one could manage to live in this sort of ideologically repressive regime, and what lies could one tell himself, or pretend to believe. What kind of lies would one would pretend to believe in order to, well, remain out of the sphere of interest of those who exercise power. And I think this is relevant to the discussion of cancel culture, because it is a sort of it's a lot of, I think, psychic pressure, which was learned by Eastern Europeans to resist this, but the West didn't really manage to do so, and for this reason, perhaps. And other reasons, which include that we really aren't integrated into the West yet, or hopefully will never be, of course. And it is, I believe, for this reason that we are so relatively speaking, successful at resisting these currents and tendencies that come from the West. But I don't know if you would like to comment on that. Maybe if not, I can of course ask the next question.
I will comment, but if you wish, you can show the question, and I will respond to both your remark and the question.
My remark was unrelated.
Yes, definitely it's related to your remark, and it already happens since the beginning of Maidan protests, Maidan revolution. Why it was so confusing for the observers? Because we didn't have our own big media, and liberals, of course, pseudo-liberals, again, they always try to usurp, to monopolize developments in the street and claim that this is in the name of the Western values as they understand it. Of course, it was not so. Everything which happens in Eastern European countries, it does not fall under the category of orange revolutions, everything that liberal press loves so much in its fantasies. What Fedor said, that indeed we are quite efficient in resisting those Western trends, and our merit is not only political or geopolitical, as I told you before. It's like a natural condition. It's a mentality and historical consciousness that has been developing for centuries. And definitely the history of World War and the legacy of totalitarian regimes, or authoritarian, because there are many discussions, we won't go in depth now. Many scientists disagree that we can equate right-wing and left-wing regimes and call them equally totalitarian. They believe that totalitarian in the proper sense were only leftist regimes, but anyway, it's on discussion. So we are so efficient thanks to our mentality, but again, it's not some values, traditions, and so on and so forth. In my opinion, this history of the former century, our experience of both forms of authoritarian and totalitarian regimes from the left and from the right, it is something that made us question everything which is coming from the West. So definitely at the media level, at the financial level, at the legal level, they're very efficient. As I mentioned before, they almost reached the Ukrainian constitution, and they can introduce different bills, and they can succeed in it, but it is not implemented in reality. Another part of the problem, which has both negative and positive sides, is that this myth about Slavic problems with the law in general. We don't have this Western Roman legal culture. So on the one hand, we have problems with the corruption. on the other hand, we have a unique space of freedom. We can sometimes basically do what we want simply because law is not so strong in Ukraine. So again, it has both positive and negative sides. And that is why Western legal culture has limited possibilities here. Even big funds, media, pressure, everything, believe me, they invest billions of money in their attempts to change Ukrainian political culture, make it more compliant to the Western law. They are not efficient. So yes, this is the strong part of Intermarium, that we have experience, till memory, I would say, in the former century. So that's how our unique political culture was created, and that is why we do not buy so easily everything which comes from the West. So on the surface, they look successful, and definitely we should resist at the systematic level. But in reality, they are very far from controlling the mindset of Ukrainian people and peoples of neighboring countries. And here, I believe, this reinvention of Western identity takes place. It's in the full swing now. I observe that many regular persons, they come to the same conclusions, in simple terms, of course, but we are on the same wave. And it's inspiring.
I'm sorry, something happened to your audio. Could you repeat your last phrase?
Well, I said that, as I told you, we lack this Roman legal culture in Ukraine, in Slavic countries, not only Slavic, but also in Intermarium countries in general. So I see the positive tendencies among regular persons in Ukraine who come to very same conclusions as I, we discuss the impact of the West, the trap between Russia and the West, and in simple terms, they support the idea of the necessity to forge our own geopolitical and cultural way. And they have this natural reaction. They do not refer to sophisticated ideological principles, but when typical pseudo-liberal agents try to explain them how they should behave, what standards of beauty they should have, and so on and so forth, they react in a positive, natural, bit aggressive way, if you wish. So it is something that is not easy to change with the help of media, with the help of the cancel culture, and even funds. So despite being quite poor on the international scale country, Ukraine also has some economical opportunities, and at least Ukrainians can afford buying goods because our prices are also not so high. So anyway, it will be hard for architects of the cancel culture to organize some kind of economical genocide, you know. So we also have opportunities how to resist all these trends. And my answer why we are so efficient despite all those subversive mechanisms is the collective memory of the former century experience of being amidst the clash of two regimes that were fighting for the planetary domination, left wing and right wing, and this is why we are so suspicious when we hear about the paradise in the West, especially when those who stand behind such words come to terms easily with Russia, which attacks Ukraine now. So those who stand behind those aggressive globalization trends in Ukraine, they don't understand our political culture and social reality. And that's why, despite their huge funds at the level of real sympathies of Ukrainian people, they fail.
Thank you very much. That was an excellent answer. And now we really have reached the final question. So I will give you the opportunity to maybe make a couple of remarks to summarize your speech in case you haven't already done so.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to connect to you, to again make speech and continue our tradition of participating in each other's conferences. Thank you for your questions. And my idea, my conclusion is that after that incident in Vienna, I feel like the beginning of the political and metapolitical struggle at the real level, if you wish. Before, it was a kind of laboratory of ideas. It was events with like-minded people. Only once I had a kind of quarrel at the event, at the conference. It was a Congress Regeneration Europe organized by the youth wing of NPD. And it hosted both Ukrainian and Russian speakers. And of course, there was a conflict and even a fight. But it happened only once. Before, it was a series of events, indeed very fruitful, inspiring and pleasant events. But after I attended this institute in Vienna, and I realized that social reality is not only different, but quite aggressive when it comes to persons of our kind. Not that I didn't hear about it before. I also participated in conferences where speakers shared their personal experience of being doxxed. So, of course, I knew everything. But what was surprising for me is that academic institution, it willingly cooperates with political agents, because there was a request by the Greens, Green Party of Austria, and potentially is definitely open for the cooperation with the law enforcement. And you can imagine my surprise again when you come to the country with some books and you get ready for the 6 months of study with a big suitcase. And in the end, you feel that it's not only the problem of being cancelled in a symbolical, cultural, and intellectual space, that you are threatened as an alleged criminal. So that's what it was a new element. A new element was that they not only target us intellectually and economically as before. My impression was that we reached the next stage where they try to prepare the legal basis to not only marginalize, but also to criminalize us. And that is why I not only share just another story of being cancelled or doxxed in the West. I want you to think and to get ready for the development in this direction. And in this respect, we should think not only about cooperation of our academic and scientific communities, we should also think about certain support by the special services and other state institutions and agents that consider themselves and are really patriotic. According to the Intermarium support group, we should cooperate at the defense level, which of course includes cooperation of intelligence and security services. So if it really reaches that level, I mean, criminalization of the dissidents and heretics from the point of view of those pseudo-liberals who in fact are very totalitarian in their attitudes and behavior, we should already have this solidary response. And of course, I will do my best to contribute to safeguarding us from such problems. But again, I'm very positive, and I really inspired by these developments, and I agree with the questions that stated the positive aspects of the cancel culture that helps us to accelerate the developments in the West in the envisaged direction. So thank you for this opportunity again. Thank you, Fodor. Thank you, Sinine Äratus, Ekra, all the listeners, audience who asked questions. We will see each other at further events and on the web. And yes, never give up. Keep up the struggle.
Thank you very much, Olena. And to our Estonian viewers, I would like to wish a happy Independence Day. And actually, the live stream of the Estonian Independence Day Torchlight March will begin in 3 minutes. So I sent the link to the chat. I don't know if it reached it. I will make a separate comment in the YouTube chat later. Thank you very much, Olena, once again for coming, and see you next year. Goodbye.
See you. Happy Independence Day. Bye.